Guys, please give feedback on the given link. I have shared the link in the chat box. Thank you. Uh, Guys, till the session starts, you can give a Google review. I've shared the link in the chat box. Please do it as it will be very helpful for us. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Can I see quick raise of hands? People who are back. Thank you very much, guys. Great to see you all back. Please put your hands down. Let's proceed ahead. Before the break, we have been discussing about various aspects from perspective of the certification, from perspective of identity and access management solutions, and number of other components that help you form a security solution within Microsoft given set of technologies. We are focusing on the last aspects from perspective of the first module, where the aspect was in terms of auditing, monitoring. So once it comes to your monitoring implementation, the core principle that we mentioned earlier, that is focusing on zero trust. And the way how this could happen is configuring services within the Azure environment, within on-premises environment, within our Entra ID environment, and every place we have right set of audit mechanisms, we have right set of resources being used over here. From cryptography perspective, once it comes to your synchronization mechanisms, if you all remember, as part of our earlier conversation, I mentioned about Entra ID synchronization tool. Here we have different set of options mapped for synchronization, which involves password hash synchronization, which involves pass-through authentication, and the third member that you have over here is your federated authentication. So once it comes to sending the data from our on-premises environment to the Entra ID for synchronization point of view, this data is being encrypted to make sure these information, these critical details, they are not being hacked, they are not being misused by anybody else. So there's a complete process of hashing mechanism when they are being sent over the internet. Along with that, like we mentioned about OAuth and SAML based authentication, all these are working on appropriate digital signatures, hashing algorithms behind the scene to make sure we have smooth sharing of information across the environment without leaking it out. So with this, we complete off with our first module. Just give me a moment. Let me put this diagram on the chat. You all can refer it. Along with the badges, you can also put these images on the LinkedIn posts that people understand that the way you have learned things. And this is something which is specific to do with Synergetics as an organization. All our team members are focusing on usage of concept visuals, which helps us to understand technologies in much more simpler format. Let's go to the next module. And guys, I'm slightly worried because starting from understanding the Entra ID environment, creating a POC by creating 5, 10, 15 users, putting them into relevant groups, right? Giving permissions to those users, assigning licenses to those users. Things were pretty simple, pretty straightforward. But with synchronization being done, when and more and more number of users pouring in, different type of applications, application registration requests, right? Things are becoming difficult for me day in, day out. So now what I'm looking for is, do I have an identity management solution which can simplify things for me, which can streamline these critical tasks and activities for me? That is what is the next module about. Let's go ahead, take a look at this member. Now, some of these details I have already mentioned. If you look at the first module, create, configure, and manage identities, configure and manage Microsoft Entra ID, implement and manage external identities and hybrid identity. Now, the initial first module, we have discussed some part of it. So I'll quickly run through it, making sure I have not missed out any points. And then we'll focus into more details from perspective of external identities and hybrid identity. If you look at the user management perspective, this is where we began our lab implementation, where we discussed about cloud identities. So all the users being created within our Entra ID directly by clicking on the new user button over here. These are all part of your cloud identities. In terms of directory synchronized identities, whenever we use our tool, which is Entra ID synchronization tool, this will help us to synchronize the users, and all those users would be referred as synchronized users. Just let me check this over here. If I have any user which is being synchronized, so on premises synchronized users, this guy Sarat Aries, this guy is being synchronized from on-premises environment. I would have synchronized other users as well, but I may have deleted them, right? Just luckily to show one example, I have this guy Sharat, who's being synchronized from on-premises environment. Password policies, disable password expiration. This is being again coming from on-premises environment. Company name, on-premises sync enabled, yes. So what is the on-premises distinguished name? When was the synchronization last being done? On-premises immutable ID. What is the on-premises domain name which was being created? On-premises user principal name. So all this information that you will see, this particular section, the on-premises section, all this is available only for the users who have been synchronized from on-premises environment. If you see other users, You'll not see that information over here. You'll not see that details over here. The third option you see is external users, people who have been sent invites, and after accepting that invite, they'll be able to access this environment over here. They'll be able to perform relevant actions over here. From user settings perspective, here we have administrative units, respective groups, which licenses have been assigned to them, right? And if they have any devices being mapped. In our case, if you all remember, we had Kirit and Amit, both these guys. We have not assigned them licenses, but we have made them part of a specific group, which is SC-300 group. I don't recall if Amit I have assigned any role. Kirit I had sorry, Kirit I had assigned a role. From a group's perspective, they are part of SC-300 group. There are no licenses being assigned. So if I go to Office 365, from there I can assign them Microsoft 365 license, Power Platform license, right? Depending upon what task or activity Amit is supposed to do within my organization as an employee, I can give him relevant permissions. There's no devices being mapped to him as of now. From Azure perspective, Azure role assignments, this will be an important member. So if I have a subscription being mapped here, I can associate different set of permissions for Amit as a user on Azure environment. I've done this part earlier. Creation of group. I already mentioned about dynamic membership rules. From device point of view, let me show an example here. How to create a group. Let's take a new group. Let me name it as Mumbai group. So all people from Mumbai location, I want them to be added in this particular group. Membership type, dynamic user. As far as owner is concerned, I can make myself a owner over here. As far as user members are concerned, there are no members whom we can add directly. Instead, we need to select a property over here, usage location. Or I can use a property as city. City equals Mumbai. City equals Mumbai. Or usage usage location may not be the right one because usage location is primarily the country name. If you have multiple conditions, so people from Mumbai, and also they should be in finance department, something like that, or people who should be from IT department, I want to specify or keep them into a single group. So we can create those kind of rules over here. So it says Amit is not part of cannot be part of this group because he does not satisfy the condition. The user type is member, job information, office location. City is Mumbai. Whatever other details we might want to mention over here. Usage location. Right. So if you pause processing, by default it will keep checking if there are any new users being added, new members being added. Can you see this? So the moment I specified the city correctly, it says Amit Jagtap satisfies this condition and he can be part of this dynamic group. This might take some time. Can you see this? So one user is already being part of this group, that is Amit Jagtap, because for him I have mentioned the location as a city as Mumbai. Same way you can do it for devices as well. Please be careful. The features which I'm showing over here, this is P2 features, P1, P2 features, and the focus of your exam is primarily on advanced features which are part of P1, P2 license. So if you all don't have a license, get a trial license, then you'll practice all these things. Let me move ahead. So in terms of group configuration, here we can specify administrative units, right? You can mention, you can check for other group memberships for your resource that you have created. The next important resource, like I mentioned earlier, from perspective of devices. So you can have device identities as well. If you all remember the previous conversation, I said once it comes to identities, it's not only about users and groups. It can also be about applications, service principals, devices. So now what we about is the devices section. We are done with users and groups. If you look at the devices section over here, now one thing which I don't understand is why is why is it essential to register devices? Anybody? What do you all think? Why is it because if the user is registered, shouldn't that be good enough? Why should the device be registered? Okay. So isn't the user, Kuldeep, isn't the user information sufficient? Because if Om Prakash or Kuldeep has logged in, which means they know which device is to be used. To control access of cloud services. Again, Mushtaq, my question is, if you or me have been given the permissions on, say, Azure portal, isn't that sufficient enough? Okay, thanks, Mushtaq. So, guys, what happens is, remember we said zero trust, and one of the principles of zero trust is verify everybody. And when it says everybody, I don't trust that Om Prakash who is logging in and trying to access the Azure portal is the same Om Prakash who is working with us. Because Om Prakash's username and password could be stolen, phone can be lost. So the OTP comes there and a person is trying to log in. There is also a device given by the organization. There is a device which Om Prakash owns, and that device is registered with our environment. So you're seeing, so identity for Om Prakash, identity for the laptop, desktop, or the mobile phone which he is using, and then other attributes which is mapped with the user, mapped with the device, mapped with the application. All these three parameters have to be verified before giving the access. I'm not sure how many of you have received your salaries, but even when you go to a bank when they are associating an enterprise or when they associate with a finance head, they have given them appropriate certificates, registered that laptop or that device, and whenever you have to transfer monthly salaries or give an approval for that, it has to be done with that device only. That's the kind of security that banks are doing today, correct? And all this is working on Entra ID in the backend. So this is nothing to do with stopping or delaying the process. It is making sure we have more levels of security to avoid any kind of issues or challenges. Does it take too much of time? Is it hectic? Yes. For the first time, it will require some time to register your device. It will scan the system, install an agent on that. All these things are done, but that's a one-time kind of activity. Unless you reset your machine or format your device, that information is being stored. Your Mac ID is being associated with the Entra ID, correct? And in future, if you are going for MDM kind of tool, that is mobile device management using Microsoft Intune, that device registration will be helpful for us. Along with this, we also have Microsoft Entra ID joint device, where, like I was talking about, one option could be your BYOD. Second option is organization owned devices. So there are critical uh, military applications, banking application, government applications, right? When government is giving the contract, we will have to make sure that this information cannot be viewed, cannot be seen without using that device. Everything has to be mapped over here. And as we go ahead, these Entra ID joint devices or Entra ID registered devices, these information, these details will be seen or will be mapped with condition. Sorry. These information will be mapped by using your conditional access policies. So as we go ahead, we'll see how this mapping is being done, what is the relevance of these resources. The third scenario over here is your hybrid joint device, like people who have their base authentication or base resource identity availability within local Active Directory, They also are registered via synchronization onto the Entra ID. Similarly, even devices can be associated with both the environments. So one device can be mapped with ADDS on premises and it also be mapped with Entra ID. That is what is referred as Entra hybrid joint devices. Now, one would say, Om Prakash, what sense does it make? It will make sense only when you have your local Entra ID. And like I said earlier, for mid-sized organization, large organizations, based on application criticality, this would make sense. And here, if you see the operating system, Windows 8.1 devices, in addition to Windows 10, Windows 11, other Windows Server editions, some of the legacy resources I would want to check for it because I have Win32 applications, old applications being still running on that machine. So I would want to ensure everything runs smooth and fine and without any issues or errors. We can have device write back, we can have password write back. I already mentioned about some of these write back options. Once these users are being registered, devices being registered, just give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Let me go to devices once again. So here if you'll see, I already have 3 devices being mapped over here. Windows virtual machine, another funding as a device, right? And for 2 of them, I have mapped Microsoft Intune as my MDM authority. I have done these mappings over here. 2 of them are non-compliant devices. Another one, I have an unmanaged device. The joining type is Microsoft Entra registered. Right. So all these 3 are Entra ID registered resources. And every place you'll see audit logs, how many number of times there has been communication between these machines and they have accessed the resources. Another thing one can see over here is when we are forming groups along with the user groups, we can also have device based groups, say um, win critical VMs or machines, membership type, dynamic device. And if you see the query parameters over here, unlike your user properties, here we have display name, device OS type, device category, organizational unit, system labels. So if I want to map Windows operating system, I can specify that over here. We can also use wildcards over here. That's not an issue. Right now, I don't have any devices being registered with specific users. So once it is done, we'll be able to see that information also. So guys, as your number of users, devices keeps increasing, right? The best way to organize them would be by creating groups. And specifically, whenever we have dynamic groups, Just make sure you specify all the attributes and properties correctly. That's all. It will automatically move to the respective groups, right? And as we would have mentioned the attributes, properties for respective groups, things will become easier for us. We can create something called as administrative units. So first we'll have to create administrative unit. So in my case, I have consulting admin units. So uh, these units are, how do I put an analogy here? These units are more like departments within your organizations, right? So if you want to organize them into specific admin units, this is a way how one can specify permissions or roles to those members. If you see here, what is the permissions or roles I want to specify for that admin unit? I have already mentioned it over here. I just have to associate that unit, administrative unit, to my group, and it will automatically inherit those permissions. Now, once we have these users, groups, permissions being associated, then we can go ahead and start assigning licenses, right? Which could be the Microsoft 365 license, which could be Intune and other licenses. Before that, like I mentioned, if you remember, we will have to assign licenses to these users as well. Now, one would say, Om Prakash, they all already have a license. Yes, yes, you are true. You are right with that. All of them have a free license for certain group of users. Like in my case, I would say for Kirit, Mushtaq, Kuldeep, for them, I would want to delegate some of these permissions. So I'll have to give them appropriate permissions. So Kirit, like I said, it could be a generic information. It could be a specific detail. Mac ID is something which is very, very specific. If you want to add it, create a group, Mac ID may not be the right option. There you should go for a generic property. If you have a generic property, then you will have a group of machines being added and a group being mapped for that device. So operating system is one of the properties. We can have group based licenses. And while creating these members, you all must have seen there are a lot of security attributes, other attributes. We can map these attributes as well. Right. So this is about users, groups, devices. Let's go to the next section here. And as part of the next section here, let's look at the applications, because the next resource that you have is your applications. So once it comes to the applications, we can have app registrations over here. We can give provisioning to these cloud applications using SCIM, which is System for Cross Domain Identity Management. Now, guys, some of these are new features. Some of these are new features. And what Microsoft is trying to do is some of the aspects which are dependent on external members, Microsoft wants to outsource them. Now, here, what happens is we are using the employee records to manage, to provision Microsoft Entra ID accounts, check within the local Active Directory, and provision some of these resources by using using your application. Okay, just give me a moment. You'll not see SCIM directly available over here. This is a concept which is available. But to implement this concept, what one needs to do is go to the applications over here, app registrations, go to your app registrations, and here we can have appropriate applications being registered. We can give relevant permissions, like I mentioned earlier in our prior discussion. And using these resources like application ID, client ID, and the relevant secret over here, we'll be able to access the details within our environment, right? Like I said, some of these things we already have mentioned. There are other things which might be new over here. So with this, we complete with resources within that directory or within that tenant. If we see the hierarchy of resources, if we see hierarchy over here, the topmost hierarchy would be tenant or a directory. Now within this tenant, here we have the users, groups, devices, right? All of these being registered over here. To these users, what we have been doing is we have been assigning relevant permissions, right? Whatever roles we might want to add over here, all these things were done for specific users, groups, and devices. This is where we were talking about. This is where we had been dealing with from last 1.5 hour. Let's now go back to the tenant, right? So on the tenant level, what are the details? What are the options available? So now this is where we are looking at in terms of the hierarchy. The reason for putting this diagram over here is to understand where we are. Otherwise, it creates confusion that we were talking about users, groups, devices, attributes. Suddenly, now you're talking about tenants, which is here. As far as this Entra tenant is concerned, let's see the components over here. Now, one important member as part of that on the tenant level would be the company branding. So whenever a page is being launched, so you want your organization page, which with relevant images, relevant other details that one would want, along with the features that you want to provide here. So if you want to give that sign-in experience, this is part of your P1, P2 license. So we can map that company branding over here. We can go to the company branding section. So do you want to customize the default sign-in experience? You want to customize the browser language? What changes one would want to do? We'll need to take help of the design team to create an image which has all these features, all these properties. If you want any specific page background color, if you want any kind of layout over here. Banner logo, whatever the other information one would want. So we can specify a sign-in, custom sign-in experience for this, for the user within my organization. If you want to associate any custom domain, if we own that domain, if we have purchased that domain, we can add a custom domain here. So these are some of the portals which I was showcasing: Defender portal, security.microsoft.com, Office 365 Admin Center, Azure portal. For Azure, I don't have any subscription right now, mapping to my TXFDG environment, Entra.microsoft.com. So if you want people to have access to these portals, we can give them appropriate permissions over here by assigning relevant roles. And when we assign these rules, this is referred as RBAC, that is role-based access control. Right? So what roles do you want to specify? So here we have Entra ID rules. Here we have service specific rules. Right? So we have owner like permissions, and along with this we have reader and minimum permissions. So depending upon what types or access that we would want to give to specific bunch of users, based on that we can specify the permissions over here. I already mentioned about custom rules. Now, if you see this particular UI, this is not about the Entra ID. This is about the Azure portal. Okay. So from Azure perspective, what is the permissions that you want to give? Just give me one moment. So this is where we are. So we have a tenant, we have users and groups being mapped. Associated with this tenant, we can have Azure subscription here. Associated with this tenant, we have our Azure subscription being mapped over here. And there is a parallel hierarchy which is being mapping. Let's understand that. So it will become easier for us, right? So this subscription is associated with a tenant. Without a tenant, you cannot have a subscription. So it's tenant that comes first, then you have your Azure subscription. Now within this Azure subscription, as per the hierarchy within Azure environment, here we'll have resource groups. We'll have resources over here. So that we are looking at virtual machines, we are looking at storage account, right? Where we are looking at network, database, right? So there are complete hierarchy that we have within Azure subscription. Now, to the specific users or groups within Entra ID environment, if I want to give permissions to those users or groups on the respective resource group, if I want to give permissions to those users under a directory on a resource group or to a specific resource, virtual machine, storage account, network, database, I can specify that. And that is what is called as role-based access control, RBAC. Make sense? So this is how the environments associate. Right? So one would say, is it only true for Azure subscription? The answer is no. This is just I'm showing an example in Azure context. This holds true for Intune, Microsoft 365, or any other environment for that matter. So the user management is done here. Giving them permissions on this environment is being done in the resource itself. When you're talking about resources like branding, when we're talking about tenant level settings, tenant level features, those things can be mapped here. Right? So those advanced level features, these will be mapped on a tenant level. Just give me one moment. Let me show you all this resource. How do I do that? For this, we need to go to Azure portal. Let me go to my resource group. Let me go to my resource group. So here you'll see access control IAM, identity and access management. You also will see the role assignments over here. I have all necessary services being mapped for the resource group. What permissions do you want to specify? Backup reader, backup operator, cost management contributor, right? So whatever permissions I would want to specify, I can do that. If I want to add permissions for storage account, storage blob data owner, I want to give this permissions. Whom do you want to give that permission? You want to give that permission to user, group, service principal, managed identity. Whom do you want to give that principal? Give that permissions. So I can give that to Ajit if I'm using the same Entra ID environment. But the challenge is I'm not using the same environment. This is a different environment. I have Omkar Pandey. Let me specify permissions to this particular user for stop storage blob data owner. Do you want to specify any conditions? If the condition satisfied, what is the action you want to perform? I don't want to add a condition. For Omkar, the guest user, I want to give him storage blob data owner. Now, one thing you all might have realized, all the roles that was being shown, owner, contributor, reader, all these roles are Azure specific roles. These are all Azure specific roles. This is not Entra ID specific roles. Entra ID specific roles are different. So whatever this screen that you're seeing, all this particular screen will show the roles which is specific to the Azure environment. Same way, if you go to Exchange environment, same way, if we go to uh, Microsoft 365, for each of them, the roles will be different. They will not be the same roles. But still, that is referred as RBAC, role-based access control. So as far as a resource group is concerned, they will have their own list of permissions. As far as each and every resource is concerned, they will have their own set of permissions. Using RBAC, we can assign those permissions to a respective users which is created over here in our Entra ID. So what permissions do you want for a specific user on that particular resource? Right? So let's move ahead. So in terms of these roles are concerned, all these roles are helping us to make sure we are able to assign right set of permissions. And like we mentioned earlier, just enough permission for that user to perform their day in, day out tasks and activities. And if you see the delegation of permissions, it can be done for a user, it can be done for service principal, it can be done for a group. We can assign whom do you want to assign relevant permissions. I already discussed about administrative units, how that works. So what permissions do you want to specify for a relevant user? Once it comes to your Custom domains. We already have mapped a custom domain over here. We have already specified on Microsoft.com. If we have to specify a custom domain, we need to have purchased that domain earlier, and then we can associate the domain with our existing environment. We have to be careful. We have to be owner of that domain. So if you see my screen, txfdg.mail.microsoft.com, ompenterprises.com. This is an unverified domain. We need to have a verified domain over here. Like I was mentioning earlier, we have done with the POC. We have seen how things are working. But before we synchronize the users, we have to make sure that the right domain is being mapped. Otherwise, otherwise what will happen? On premises, they are saying omprakash at the rate synergetics.com. And on the browser, when they are logging to use Microsoft 365 services, I have to log in omprakash at the rate syn.onmicrosoft.com. I would not want to do that. I would want to have same set of credentials, same email address being used, same password being used, and should be able to access both the services, on-premises services and the cloud services as cloud-based services as well. Right. So that's the beauty of single sign-on. Tenant-wise settings, I already mentioned about the branding over here. We can specify the user settings, what permissions we want for a specific set of users. Let's go to external user settings. So in terms of seeing those users, checking the deleted users, restoring them, this is a simple aspect. Let's go to the user settings. And as part of user settings, here we can go ahead and specify our members, restrict users can register applications. Do you want that to happen? Not do you not want don't want to happen that? Restrict non-admin users from creating tenants. Users can create security groups. Guest users have same access as members. Most inclusive. Guest users have limited access. So it's up to us, because when I say guest users, external users that we are referring to, and what permissions we want to give to those users. If you have any collaboration settings that you want to mention, at what level you want to specify, anyone in the organization can invite guest users, members, users, and users are assigned to specific admin roles. So do you want administrators to be allowed to invite, or any normal user can do that? Enable guest self-service sign up. In case they want to change or modify any attributes or properties, first they have to successfully log in, then perform these actions and activities. So when it comes to external identities, here we can specify a user flow. And as part of this user flow, we can create a mechanism over here of how how external users can access our environment. And this holds true even for B2C. Right now, what we're looking at is B2B implementation. So you are mapping these members over here. I'm not sure how many of you are aware about the My Apps section. So whenever we are given permissions, when we are given permissions on the underlying environment, we get a separate environment where we can see all the applications where we have been given permissions, right? So from that user access application, from the user access application, we can see our registered application and we'll be able to map our members over there. So you can go ahead, directly click on that, my app, my app, there's a URL which appears. And once you go to that URL, we can see all our permissions there. We are seeing all the users where we have permissions, and then we can go and perform relevant actions on it, right? So this is part of the user settings section. Similarly, we have group settings as well, where we can configure how do you want to see access reviews, how do you want to see privileged identity management. Right? So if you see the options available, most of them are disabled here. Owners can manage their own group memberships. What is the restriction that you want to enforce? There are generic resources available within all users, within groups. If you want to modify that, if you want to add something new over here, we can go and make changes to the group settings, to the user settings, and get those new features enabled over here. So similar to your user settings, group settings, we have tenant properties. So this is what I was mentioning earlier. So once it comes to your hierarchy, we mentioned about the tenant implementation over here. And within the properties, tenant properties, what is the country or region, data location, tenant ID. If you want to allow additional permissions over here, access management for Azure resources. But for this, you need to have the Azure subscription. Then this will make sense. Now, guys, this is a very, very important feature. So once it comes to your security implementation, Microsoft by default has a lot of security defaults being enabled for us, correct? So what we are doing is we are leveraging or using those features. Now one would say, I don't want to do that. I want to disable security default. So please be careful in which scenarios one should go and disable it. These are the scenarios. My organization is planning to use conditional access. Now, what is this conditional access all about? We'll come to this in much more details. My organization is unable to see apps and devices. The filters are not working properly. There is too many multi-factor authentication, which I don't want, right? Too many sign-in multi-factor authentication challenges, which I don't want. But please be careful before you take this action, before you disable it. Make sure you understand what is conditional access. Make sure you have performed all the verifications, testing, got the approval from your team. Even they have verified these things correctly without a problem. Check that. And once everything is working fine, no issues, disable the default, right? Disable the default features given by Microsoft, because now you have understood what is your requirement. Till now, I was using default features. Now I'm saying I want to customize it and I want to use my own resource, right? Absolutely fine. Go ahead and do that. I I had done a mistake once, and it took me around 2 months with Microsoft support to resolve that. I have enabled conditional access, right? But I forgot to exclude myself, right? So just be careful. Make sure you exclude yourself before we go and apply these features or before we disable the defaults. So let's take a quick break over here. I know after lunch it becomes difficult to listen to theory and see things being demoed out rather than practicing it yourself, which I doubt is an option today. Let's take a quick break. Everyone, stretch your legs, grab a cup of tea or coffee. Once we assemble back, we will go into more details of Entra ID, look at the features over here.
Guys, I have shared the link for to redeem the learning badge. So if anyone is left, please do redeem your badge, and please don't forget to follow us on our social media platforms to stay updated for our next session. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Can I see quick raise of hands? People who are back. Can I see raise of hands? People who are back. Excellent. So I can see plenty of them are back. Let's proceed ahead. So before the break, we were discussing about some of the additional properties in terms of user settings, tenant settings, group settings, and what are the key members which are there within our environment, which will assist us in configuring these resources, working with these properties. Now, guys, once it comes to these implementations, they are important for us because some of the additional attributes, additional properties that you would want to see or implement, those will be available provided we have mentioned these members correctly. We have enabled these properties. Now, once it comes to your external collaborations, like I already mentioned, we can specify guest identities, guest users, send them invites, and on accepting that invite, then we'll be able to then they will be able to access the resources, access services. We can provide them specific permissions by using relevant roles. We can add them into a group. So once the invite is being accepted, these guest users can behave exactly same as our normal internal members, right? So it totally depends upon what permissions or what configuration that we have mentioned inside our environment. The core purpose of why we need to do that, like I mentioned earlier, within an organization, there will not just be people who are employees or who are members within your team, but there will be external consultants, there will be external team members, there will be partners, vendors, suppliers whom you'd want to work with, and some part of our application we may want to outsource to them, but still have our control. We need to see what they have done, what changes they have implemented, what is the impact of that, right? So all these things we want to keep a tap on, and that's the reason why you want to. But we want to take don't want to take their entire responsibility, create a new user for that, or uh, manage their passwords internally, because for them it becomes slightly difficult, right? So they have to remember their organization credentials, plus they have to also remember our new environment. So to simplify that process, using their external, using their own organization ID, say, um, in our case, in my case, it is synergetics-india.com. I have a consultant from xyz.com. So I can give him or her permissions onto our environment, especially in Synergetics as an organization where we have our consulting division, and as part of consulting division, we take up managed services for different customers, right? And as part of these managed services, we are responsible for managing their environment, applying some of the additional security measures, right? Checking their security score, alerting them, notifying them if there are certain things going down, if there is any cost implications that has to be managed. But for all those things, we'll need to have permissions on the environment. We clearly tell them that these are the actions and activities that we are going to perform as part of our managed contract, right? And to help to make sure we implement those things successfully, we will require these amount of permissions, right? So that's how these entire implementation would work out. So as part of your environment here, within the Entra ID, we have external identities that can be mapped, where we can set up external collaboration settings, have identity providers. We can have self-service sign up for those users. And once this is being done, we can invite the guest users, set up a relevant conditional access policy, and finally see what these guys are doing by setting up access reviews. So in terms of external collaboration settings, step number one, guest users would have the same access as the members, right? I don't want to, I am a, I am an startup as an organization where I don't have too much of resources internally. I don't have too many employees who have that kind of experience and expertise. So I'm taking help of external consultants to start with, helping them set up my organization. Once I have specified these attributes, second step over here would be checking the identity providers. So here if you see, I have Microsoft Entra ID, email, one-time password, Microsoft. These are already being configured. So if I want to allow people with Google IDs, Facebook ID, right? Now somebody may say, Om Prakash, this doesn't it look like a B2C kind of setup? You all will not be completely wrong with that, but there is an overlap if I put it that way. Facebook and Google, they have their own identity solution, and Microsoft allows setting up Gmail IDs and Facebook IDs as part of B2B rather than B2C. Okay. If you look at Twitter and other members, for them, you can go ahead with B2C. We can have new federation being built over here. So anybody who's having SAML-based authentication, WS federation solution, what is the federating IP? We can add this meta information over here, and then we can create our custom identity provider. We can do a mapping with the custom identity provider. So these members are being mapped over here, which is your step number 2. Step number 3 over here would be part of the user flows. How do you want to map those resources? What is the attributes that we would want to map over here? What is the resource that you want to map? And this will require the unique string, say SC-300. So as part of this user flow, we can create an entire process over here. How a bunch of users from a given organization, external identities, they are going to log in over here. What is the kind of user attributes, API connections I would want to map for them? If there's any specific kind of layouts or languages I would want to support, which applications I want to permit them from a usage perspective. Let me take a graph explorer over here. I can add multiple applications. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a user flow that once a person logs in from a specific organization or specific identity, which applications should be allowed to be used inside my environment. If there are any linked Azure subscriptions, I can map them over here. Right now, I don't have any Azure subscription for my TX FDG environment. I'm not sure how much time. I think 1 or 2 years ago, these kind of facilities was available only in B2C tenant in terms of creating the user flows. Microsoft later made these options available for external identities. Let's go to the next step here, that is inviting guest users. So once this is being done, so once you click on this new user, we can invite external user, or we can go to bulk operations and do a bulk invite. Whatever display name, whatever message one would want. Usage location, what roles, what permissions I would want this user to have. I can mention that, and then I can initiate the invite process. I'm sorry, I'll have to first log in into my Gmail, accept the invite, and then this user will appear. Just give me one moment. Connect through my phone, accept the invite from there. So I'll see a message here saying Om Prakash Pandey invited you to access applications within their organization. Just give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Let me log into my Gmail, access my application from there. Once I have accepted the invite, so it gives you an option saying enter the multi-factor authentication or configure authenticator app. You can skip it for now. Permissions requested. Let me accept it. Let me go back, share my screen. I hope now I should be able to see the user here. because I have accepted the invite. omspandey@gmail.com. On my device, on my mobile phone, once I have registered, I can see the My apps dashboard over there. Right? So once I have the external user being added, just give me 1 second. Let me go to the groups section. Can you see this? So it does not matter whether it is a internal user or whether it is an external user, both of them will behave the same. So moment it has the attributes or properties being mapped, it will show me the same set of behavior that is adding into the respective group. So we can have bulk invite, same way how we added. I'm running short on time, so I'll stop with this here. Let me go to the next section, hybrid identities, conditional access, because these are certain critical topics which I would want to cover. If you look at the first diagram that I created as part of our discussion, where I mentioned about on-premises environment, cloud environment, right? I looked at, we discussed about members in terms of Entra ID, various synchronization options. All these resources or all these details are part of your hybrid identity implementation, right? So once it comes to your hybrid identity, the most important member over here would be Entra Connect, right? As far as this tool is concerned, Entra ID as a tool is concerned, the core purpose is to help you synchronize all the users within our on-premises environment to the cloud environment. That is cloud-based identity service. The significance over here would be to ensure the same user who has been logging in within the on-premises environment, right? Accessing all the services, line of business applications, exactly same way with the same credentials. The user should be able to access this information, access these details, and based on the permissions being given, the user should be able to access Office 365 applications, right? Custom applications, third-party resources over here. All these things should be smooth. All these things should be smooth over here. That's a key focus from perspective of Entra Connect. If you see the details which I mentioned earlier, from the types of synchronization, we have password hash synchronization, pass-through authentication using respective agents, and we have federated or federation integration. So using these three options, we can go ahead and synchronize the users where we have the password hashes being synchronized rather than the exact password value. Second member is having pass-through authentication using the agent. And the third member over here is the federated integration, where we are referring to ADFS implementation. Not all you, not all organizations may have ADFS, right? So it is not a compulsion that everybody should use or everybody must use ADFS, right? That is an option available, which is an older uh, details available or older mechanism of federation. If it is there, go ahead with ADF federation or ADFS. If it is not there, we have pass-through authentication as a better option, as a new era synchronization solution. So once it comes to your Entra ID Cloud Sync, what one needs to do is download the agent, right? As far as this agent is concerned, this agent is helping us to perform this data synchronization, right? And this has taken how much? Approximately 6 years to work on these resources, starting from directory synchronization, DIR sync tool 1.0 to 2.0, and then Azure AD Connect 1.0, 2.0, then moving on to Entra ID. So it has taken a long cycle, taken up lot of time to implement these things and working with these resources, right? And once they are available now, it is important for us to leverage and grab this as an opportunity for most of our customers who are struggling from cloud migration perspective. And this will form the core foundation of their migration journey. Before I go ahead, can I see raise of hands? People who have done user migration, mailbox migration, anyone who has done user migration, mailbox migration from on-premises to Azure or any other cloud, doesn't matter. Nobody? Okay, not an issue. So here, once it comes to these options, like I was talking about, federated authentication, these are the new era solutions or cloud-based authentication options, pass-through authentication, password hash synchronization. And believe me, Microsoft makes things look very, very simple. But if you look at the architecture behind the scene, it is not as simple as it looks like. How things happen, let's understand this. So within our on-premises environment, we'll have our Active Directory forest. We'll have all the users, groups, all the all the other members over here, pre-existing, pre-registered. And on other side, we have Microsoft Entra ID, right, which is a cloud-based OAuth LDAP-based model. Here we have LDAP-based model, two different authentication options, two different ways of managing components behind the scene. Now, once you install this tool, this Entra Connect as a tool, it has the connector space, it has the metaverse, right, where the actual mapping happens. And you also have a SQL database behind the scene, which is running using the SSD implementation for fast synchronization. Can you imagine the number of users we are talking about? There could be more than 5,000 to 6,000 users, which we are looking at. We may be looking at uh, we may be looking at step-by-step migration. Say, go for first department, then second department, third department, or we will be looking at all the users done using one-time kind of implementation. So different organization may use a different approach. In the backend, we have Microsoft Entra Connect provisioning engine, which ensures any changes being, it's not a one-time kind of task that once it is done, we forget about it. Here, when you look at Active Directory implementation, any changes being done, because the ownership of these user management lies with Active Directory forest. So once these changes are being done, it has to capture those information, capture those details, synchronize that information with Microsoft Entra ID. If you look at some of the features, like if you look at some of the features over here, which is more from perspective of password write back, device features write back, only those information is being synchronized back. Everything else is all the information, all the details will be with the Entra ID once it is being synchronized, right? So this is the mechanism over here. If you look at the password hash synchronization, the way how this will work, once the user logs in, once the user tries to connect to any SaaS application, it says give me access to M365 environment or any service on M365. It will say please hold on. Do you have permissions? Do you have proper identity? So first, let me check that. So give me your user ID password. Give me your user credentials. Right. Once these credentials are being accepted, it will go to the Entra ID, because Entra ID is the one which is having a association with all these services. So anybody tries to access Microsoft services or any other resource over here, it will first go to Entra ID. Entra ID says, I don't have these credentials, but I know somebody who may have these credentials. So it goes to your on-premises environment and checks there, picks up the token and then returns back to the cloud, returns back to the user, correct? But in this case, when you look at password hash synchronization, that data, the user credentials is available. The user credentials is available on Entra ID. How did that magic happen? That magical implementation has been done by Entra Connect. So Entra, he went to Active Directory, Entra ID Connect. He went to Active Directory, picked up all the members from here, picked up all the users, their attributes, and synchronized these on the Entra ID. While it was synchronizing, it used password hashes rather than the exact password value. So it made things simpler, synchronized over here on Entra ID, and then once the user types the password, it will translate that into a password hash, check it inside the Microsoft Entra ID, and then give the token to the user. Now, once this token has been received, job done, the user will be able to successfully access the application. Now, after accessing, depending upon the permission being given, depending upon the license being associated, the user will be able to access the information or perform the tasks on this environment. So if you see this diagram, same credentials used for on-premises environment, same credentials used for cloud environment. That's what is single sign-on. If you look at the options available here, you have user sign-in options, where we can use password authentication, password hash synchronization, password authentication, and federation using ADFS. Second important resource that we see is called as pass-through authentication. Now, once it comes to pass-through authentication, here in pass-through authentication, there is something called as an agent, which is running in the backend. Right? We have pass-through authentication agent running in the background, and using this pass-through authentication agent, we'll be able to connect to our on-premises environment, right? And then we'll be able to get the required tokens from here. One would say, Om Prakash, why go for password authentication? Because we already have password hash authentic password hash synchronization done earlier. Wouldn't that be a good option? I'm not saying that's wrong, but there are different organizations which don't want to share information, share credentials on the public environment, right? You'll say, if you would still want to maintain these passwords locally, if any application has to access that password, they will have to connect to the on-premises environment and do that. I don't want to synchronize even the passwords on Entra ID. Different organization, different requirements. In this case, what happens? User tries to access the cloud environment, PaaS service or SaaS service over here. It says, do you have token? No. It goes to Entra ID. Entra ID says, I have the user ID. I don't have the password, but I know somebody who can help me with that password. So it goes back to your on-premises environment, goes to Active Directory. But how? It goes through the authentication agent. This agent will help us to connect to the Active Directory, right? The user IDs has already been synchronized by using Entra Connect, but not the password. For password, it has to come back to the on-premises environment, correct? And here, it can connect to your authentication agent, connect to Active Directory, and from that environment, they will get the password. So user ID was synchronized. We have got the password. And now the authentication is successful. Give the token to the user. Will it take time? Yes, slightly, but this is very, very fast. Once the setup is being done, it might take some time. It might take some time to get this thing working, get this resource working. And once the token is being met, it can go back and generate the token. And once the token is being given, once the token is being met, now the user can access the application. One would say, Om Prakash, why two agents? See, if the number of users are more, if the number of users are more, and one authentication agent is already busy, correct? In that scenario, it will require more time and that will create a problem. So to avoid that problem, if we have more number of agents running, it will make things faster, right? So it's more in terms of load balanced kind of implementation. So if you look at the sign-in options, pass-through authentication, right? And if there are any additional tasks to be done, change the user signing, what options you want to implement over here, we can do that. Now, once it comes to your pass-through authentication, this will actually help us from perspective of security, which I mentioned earlier, and it can also help us with single sign-on. So when we are setting up pass-through authentication or when we are setting up password-based synchronization, there's a checkbox below. Just check on that for enabling single sign-on. So once this token is being generated, the same token should work across the environment. The third one that we have is federated authentication. And like I mentioned earlier, this is where we have federation servers, ADFS server being configured, and we also have federation proxy. We have federation proxy available. And as part of this federation proxy, here what we can do is we can enable the same kind of process that we did in agents over here as well. So user connects to cloud-based application, goes to Entra ID, We already have the user information being associated. Now here, if you see, the user can directly go to federation proxy rather than going via Entra ID. They can also connect directly to federation proxy, connect to federation server, get the token from here, Active Directory token, and use this token with Entra ID. So here what is happening is there is a token exchange which happens because Federation ADFS can directly give a token, but that token does not work for cloud. Cloud environment requires a token from Entra ID. So that user will give that token to Entra ID, and Entra ID gives a new token to the user, and through that token the user will be able to access it. May seem a bit difficult, maybe seem a bit challenging, but this is very easy. If you look at the token exchanges, how it happens. Luckily, all of us are beyond COVID. So now all of y'all might be going to your offices and everybody goes to the canteen, right? So if you go to a canteen, what is that we do there? So we actually go to the canteen, we go and scan all the dishes available, all the counters available, what is available on which counter. We see that. That is list of your services, Microsoft 365 services, Intune and other services. Can we consume that? No. So if you try using a plate and taking some of the dishes from there, it says, I'm sorry, you have to first go and get a token. So now you go to extreme left hand side, right hand side corner, where the cashier who's sitting with the tokens, right? So you go ahead, make a payment, you get a token. So it could be a paper-based token, or it could be a red color, blue color kind of coin, whatever might be that token. Can you consume that token directly? No. That token is just a reference. So now you go to the counter, respective counter, North Indian counter, South Indian counter, whatever it is. So now you give that token, and as an exchange, it gives you a service. Correct? So these guys, the uh, counter system, this may, this may not be inspired from ADFS, but that's how it works, right? So you already, all these members are based on token-based systems. If you want to take another example, every time we go to airport, right? We want to board a flight. So it says you cannot go inside the airport. You'll say, boss, what's wrong? So you'll have to first show a token. So what is the token? The token is your Aadhaar card, your PAN card. That's a token which will help you get inside the airport. Then you'll have to take another token, which is a boarding pass. The final token which is required is boarding pass. To access these services, the token required is boarding pass, and that boarding pass is coming from Entra ID. But to get that boarding pass, you first need to have an Aadhaar card, PAN card, and that Aadhaar card, PAN card is registered with some other federation server, government bodies. On the airport, they may just look at the number, nothing beyond that. Or if you are using DigiYatra app, in the backend, they are also verifying, or they already have the token being stored with them, right? So they will leverage on that token, referring that token, Aadhaar card as a token. They will go to Entra ID, generate a boarding pass for you, and using the boarding pass, you can access your cloud services. Getting it? This is a token exchange system, which is foundation for your ADFS implementation. I hope both these examples make sense for you all, how this token system is working in the backend. So in case anybody has any questions, you can put it on the chat. Thanks, Yusuf. Like, you'll need to, there has to be a pre-existing ADFS farm, and Believe me, this is not a simple thing to do. There are a lot of dependencies that you have, especially once it comes to ADFS setup. We need to have relevant certificates for it. All those details have to be mapped. Then you'll be able to work with this member. So once you have this hybrid setup being done, the synchronization is taking place. One more thing that needs to be mapped over here is from perspective of Entra Connect Health. As far as this Entra Connect Health is concerned, this will verify, this will check what are the members being mapped within the backend, how many attributes, how many properties have been successfully synchronized. Was there any kind of problem or any issue over there, and how we can resolve that, right? So all those things is taken care by using Entra Connect Health. Just be careful. You'll have to install this Entra Connect Health. Once we install this Entra Connect Health, then we will be able to access these members, access these resources. When you're trying to use this Entra Connect Health, the most important member over here would be having a premium license, P1 or P2 as a license. So once you have this resources being deployed, once you have the resources being deployed, you can see it in the services section over here. What are the options available? Right? So once you have enabled this resource, once you have downloaded it, it will show you what is the health status right now, how many users, which are the members being mapped, which are the connected servers over here. From our ADFS perspective, Active Directory perspective, right? So this will be part of your managing the health and deployment of our resources. What's the time now? It's 4:14. Let me try and implement this in the given timelines. Now for this, we all need to have a pre-existing machine. In my case, I don't have an existing machine, so I'm creating a new virtual machine with Active Directory. Active Directory resource group, Active Directory virtual machine. Let me go for Windows Server 2019. Ports is fine, no issues here. Let me go for standard HDD. Enable diagnostics with custom storage. It should not take much time. So once my virtual machine is ready, I'll go inside the machine, add the role over here, right? Create a virtual machine with Windows Server 2019, install ADDS role, configure ADDS role, add users and groups, whichever one would want, download Entra Connect tool, configure Entra Connect tool. And here what we can do is, here we can use password hash, or we can use pass-through connect. Now, one more thing that we need to do over here for configuring the Entra Connect tool. So first is add admin user, sorry, add user in Entra ID, promote this user as global administrator, local, we already have one user here. That should be good enough. Say something like sync admin. Which is currently performing on this. Let me try creating a machine once again. Windows Server 2019. Just give it a moment. So here, when we are creating a virtual machine, it will create relevant resources from perspective of virtual network, network security group, public IP address, right? And associate all those members with our virtual machine. Perfect. So we have got this done. Let's proceed ahead. I'm not going for Bastion right now. What is Bastion and what are the significance of it? We'll get to that later. Right now, our focus is making sure we are able to log in into the environment and perform all the steps relevant from perspective of Active Directory virtual machine. Just give it a moment. So once members are loaded over here, so we can add roles and features. Here, if you see the services which I was mentioning about, certificate services, domain services, federation services, right? Let's go for domain services. Let me configure the browser over here. Okay, so our browser is ready. We have got the tool downloaded. How about our ADFS? Sorry, our ADDS setup. ADDS is done as well. Excellent. So guys, just give me 1 second. What steps did we discuss? Create a virtual machine, install ADDS role. Let's go to step number 3, that is configure ADDS role. 2 steps I have done. Download the Entra Connect tool. This one also I have done. Let me go for steps 3 and 4. It says, what do you want to do, Om Prakash? So I want to add a new forest over here, omp.org.com. This is my root domain name, but right now I don't have ownership of this domain. There can be a challenge because of that. So as we go ahead, we'll see how do we drop out this domain and go for onmicrosoft.com. In real world scenarios, when you're specifying a domain name, you'll already have purchased that domain. You would have ownership of that domain. Just give it a moment. So once it is done, this machine will restart. Just give it a moment. So once this is done, we should be able to log in back into this machine using the same RDP file. The machine has not started as yet. It's taking some time to apply those features. Yep. Finally, it's ready. So now I can go inside the machine. The one challenge which I see over here is I need to have a global admin user. I already have 2 users with me. I also have AD sync as a user. Do a reset password. This is from my earlier session. Already have this AD sync user. If not, you all know how to create a new user. You all can do that. Yeah, one important step which I missed out is login as this user and change the password. Let me do that. Hardly take a moment. Just be careful. Don't go for multi-factor authentication for now. See, this background has changed, right? This is the color that I had given while setting up the branding properties. What is the current password? What is the new password? No, it's not giving me that option to skip right now. Just give me a moment. Let me associate my authenticator app. I've logged in successfully. Let me go back to my machine. It's slightly long. It's not take this much time. Just give me a moment. Let me move out of it. This user should be a global admin. Let me verify that. AD sync as a user. On the left hand side, you all can see ADDS being configured, DNS being configured. So these are the services which are running. Yep. So this user is a global administrator. I'm good to go ahead. Let's proceed further. I have ADDS Under Tools section, here I can go ahead and add users and computers. There are multiple UI options for it. I'm using this one. Let me add a new user, 300 user 1. Whatever name one would want to map over here. User cannot change password. Password never expires. So I can add as many number of users as I want. Not a problem. Add a group here. SC-300 group. Let me add this user. Let me add this user in this group. So there could be multiple users, multiple groups over here. Right now, our focus is to just check if this one user that we have created is successfully being synchronized, because we are also running short on time. I still want to go ahead with one or two more modules. In real world scenarios, we will already have all these users, all these members being mapped. Series 1.2 is already being configured. Let's try for this. They have already shared the link. Just give me a moment. It says we need to restart the machine. Let's try it once again. So I think by now the TLS issue should have been resolved. Yep. So you'll see. So we have got our resource running. Now there are two options available. So one option is going with the express settings, right? Second option is using the customized option. Since I have some time on hand, I would prefer to go for the customization options. So if you see the options available, specify a and some of these things will be mapped to the diagram that we have discussed earlier. Specify custom installation location, use an existing SQL server. So what it does is it creates a local DB in the backend and it works through that. So if you want to use an existing SQL server, we can, if you have a pre-existing SQL server installed, we can leverage on that. Use existing service accounts, specify custom synchronization groups. I want to go for default values. Microsoft ODB driver for SQL. And here you'll see the SQL Server Express local DB. Yeah. So here you see, so once this your initial step is being done, password hash synchronization, pass-through authentication. Here we have an option of enabling single sign-on. We recommend that you have cloud-only hybrid identity administrator or global administrator account. So if you remember, this step I have already done. This guy, Mr. AD Sync, we have already created it. We have given him permissions as a global administrator. We have reset the password. All that step is being done. I'm sorry, I don't have ADFS. I don't have ping federate implemented. So I have two options for now. One is password hash and second is pass through. Since pass through is more recommended solution, it says please wait. Can you give me your Entra ID username? So first is connecting to Entra ID. Okay, I'll do that. I have captured the details. I don't know why this is coming. I had already changed this. I've changed the default password, default browser setting earlier just to avoid this issue. Still coming. Okay. I've already made this change here, and this is done by using the default apps. Default app is Microsoft Edge. So even if it launches the browser, that's not an issue, but it should allow the JavaScript to run. Just give me a moment. Let me go to there should be a section for JavaScript here, which will help us. Yeah, here it is. Active scripting, clipboard access. Let me try and run the setup once again. Pass through authentication. Perfect. Now this is working. What it is launching now is the correct browser. So if it launches the Edge browser by default has all the JavaScript settings and other features available there. Mention the password. So if you see, we have our Active Directory being available here, omporg.com. Now, which user do you want to add over here? Use an existing account. So here I have my user, which is VM admin. Let me mention the password. Using an enterprise or domain administrator account for your AD forest is not allowed. Create an account. Okay, create new AD account. Now this is the problem which I was mentioning about. So here it says you have omporg.com, which is a local environment, and we have on Microsoft.com. So both of these are two different resources. The UPN that we have mentioned, it is not a mapped verified domain. It's not a registered verified domain within our uh, Entra ID environment. So what do you want to do? So I want to remove these details, get rid of this omporg.com. Instead, all my users would be mapped to the on Microsoft.com. I'm okay with that. Okay. So sync all domains and organization units, or you want to synchronize a specific subdomain and organization unit over here. So we can decide that. Identify users. Users are represented only once across all directories. So I don't have a problem there. Let Azure manage the source anchor. I'm fine with that. Synchronize all users, all devices which is being registered. So these are the options for filtering. I'm leaving them as default values. So do you want password hash synchronization? No. Do you want password write back? Yes. Do you want group write back? I don't think that makes sense for my current environment. Password write back? Yes. Password write back in sense, if the user is changing the password on uh, Azure environment, I want that to reflect in my on-premises environment. Earlier, it was a one-way kind of implementation. I want it to be a two-way, but only in case of password, nothing, no other attributes. Yeah, this is my on-premises environment. Okay. So if you see the options, if you see the steps which we have done, configure synchronization service, install Entra Connect, pass-through authentication agent, enable pass-through, enable single sign-on, Source anchor will be Azure, right? Configuring our connector, don't get confused. Here it is saying AAD connector. AAD is the older name, which is Azure Active Directory connector. Since the naming convention has changed, now the convention here is Entra ID Connect. So Microsoft, from a marketing perspective, outside world, it is Entra ID Connect. Internal components still at times you'll see as AD connector. Enable password, write back. I don't want password hash synchronization, which means every time it has to come back to on-premises environment to check the password. Enable password write back. I don't want it to be a staging mode. This has to be a final implementation. Might take some time. And once it is done, we should be able to see our user, we should be able to see our group. Give it some time. This is configuring Entra Connect using the pass-through authentication. It installs an agent locally. One problem which I have created. Let me resolve that. So if you see, still the tool is referred as Azure AD Connect, which is the older name. So remember two resources that we mentioned. So one resource was from the Entra ID tool perspective. Yeah, this one. If you see this, download and install latest version of Entra. No, I don't want Entra Connect. I want Entra Connect Health Agent. Health Agent for AD domain services, ADFS. Select the services you want the agent to monitor, AD domain service and Entra Connect sync service. That's why this health agent is concerned. This health agent should be actually installed before the synchronization is being initiated, so that if anything goes wrong, any attributes or properties are not being synchronized correctly, all that information is being captured over here. Perfect. This is done. Guys, don't be worried. It may not show up immediately. It might take some time because this service, this runs as a service in the background. It might take some time for the user information or the resources to appear over here. Can you see there were two of them? Now there is three members over here, three service accounts. Can you see this? SC-300 user 1, on-premises synchronized, yes. So if you see the properties section, SC-300 user 1, and bottom right hand side corner, I have omporg.com. This is the sorry, this is the domain that we have created, and we can see the domain details. 1 second. I also had a group, right? There is a group SC-300 group 1. Can you see the source here, guys? On right hand side, the source is Windows Server AD. So this is a synchronized group from our on-premises environment. Just 1 second. I have the user being synchronized. Capture the credentials. Just give me a minute. Let me log off, log in back. This time I have a new user. Let me mention the password. And please be careful. Please be aware of the fact. This is the on-premises password, the password which I had mentioned earlier. Wrong with this. This is correct. No, something is going wrong. I'll check this up, but we should be able to actually log into this machine. Logging into the environment here using the new user credentials. If I'm not able to log in, I can still go and reset my password. And I know that once I reset the password, it will synchronize back within my on-premises environment. That's not an area of concern for me. Let me close this browser, try opening it once again. Because this new user, he may not have permissions as a global administrator, but he's still a standard user. Should work here. No, for some reason it's not working. So from users perspective, groups perspective, we have already mapped these members over here. SC-300, this user we already have successfully mapped. Account shape, account status enabled. Single factor authentication. Status showed as failure. Showing my location as Madhya Pradesh. I don't know why. Sorry, I have taken Central India as my virtual machine location. That's why it's showing Madhya Pradesh. I don't know. It says invalid username or password. Okay, not to worry. So guys, this was a quick understanding of pass-through authentication, how we can implement these members over here. Everyone, let's grab a quick cup of tea or coffee and let's assemble back in 10 minutes. I would want to wind up this today's session after going through planning and implementation of conditional access. This is a very important topic. Everyone take a quick bio break, tea break. Let's assemble back in 10 minutes.
Guys, please redeem your learning badge. If anyone is left, please do it in this break. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Can I see a quick share of hands? People who have joined back. I can see only one person is back. Can I see a quick show of hands? People who are back. Great. Thank you, guys. Let's proceed ahead. Let's go to the last module before we close with our today's session. You all must have realized at different sections we have been mentioning about conditional access policies and leveraging on conditional access. Now, what is this conditional access all about and what is the significance of it? Let's take a look at that. Whether it comes to external user management, external identities, devices, right? At every point in time, it was mentioning about conditional access. Even while we were changing the details, changing the information, there also we had options. There we had details from perspective of if you want to disable defaults, disable tenant default authentication authorization options, make sure you already have your conditional access, right? So just to close that pending thread, close that pending loop that we had earlier, let's discuss about what is this conditional access and how one can leverage on conditional access. If you remember, this was the screen that we were looking at. If you want to disable security defaults, in that scenario, you must have your conditional access being configured. So once it comes to security defaults, organization who are new to Entra ID, who are new to this environment, they are not aware about how to leverage the facilities and features over here, they can go ahead with security defaults. Or even organizations who are startups, small size organization, most of them are using free licenses, right? Keeping that context in mind, it becomes easier for them to go ahead leverage on security defaults. Now, as we go ahead, as we keep working with these members, as we working with these resources, right? Here, what we look for is we look for how do we customize these changes? What are the information details that we want to map over here? How do we bring these policies together, enforce um, organizational policies for all the users? In those scenarios, we go ahead and create our own security defaults, especially when we have premium licenses where we have options to explore these options, explore these security details, where we have users with custom devices, hybrid joint devices, right? We want to look at, we have a lot of complex scenarios in terms of external partners, right? In these cases, it will make sense to go ahead with disabling the security defaults and using our own conditional access. This is the most important diagram. So when we are using conditional access policies here, and if you remember the conversation where we began, we said every user will be logging in, trying to access an application using a particular device. So these would form as a signals for the Entra ID, and Entra ID has to take a decision whether to allow those kind of access, allow those kind of permissions here, or to disable it, right? So from user perspective, so where is the user logging from? What is the Wi-Fi or the network environment that the person is accessing the services from, which application you want to access, what is the device which is being used. So checking for device properties, checking for device status, health status, updates, all those things. There is one more element of AI over here, artificial intelligence, which in the background keeps checking what are the recent threats, what are the recent issues which was there for a specific user, for a specific location from where the user is trying to access the services, right? Has there any kind of recent downtime or issues which has happened with the application? Check for those members. All this is happening with real-time risk. This is something that we are configuring. This is something which Microsoft does at the backend to verify the real-time risk. Now, once all these four signals has been captured, the attributes have been mentioned, as an administrator, what decision we would want to take? So one decision would be, okay, block access. I see a lot of problems. I see a lot of challenges. And if all these problems which I have mapped over here, conditions which I have checked, problematic conditions, all those problematic conditions are true, block access. At this moment, I cannot allow access because of the security issues which I see. That's one. So this is the most pessimistic kind of approach. Most optimistic approach will be, I don't have too much of critical data. All this is public information, right? Publicly accessible information details. I would want to allow access, even if everything is a problem. Or if you see it other way, I would want to allow access if everything is positive, everything is correct, allow access, no issues. All conditions are true. I have checked for uh, all the valid values, and if all of them are satisfied, allow access. This is most optimistic approach. Intermediate approach over here would be, out of four, one of them is not up to the mark, right? So Prakash is trying to access resources, right? But here he is trying to access these members, access these values from East US location or Central US location, which is not his base location. Maybe he's trying to access it through a virtual machine because everything else is fine, correct? So just to verify that he's the same Om Prakash, I have also sent you a multi-factor authentication. I have sent you a pin on your mobile. Just mention that pin, and if that value is correct, then I will allow you access. So that is what is multi-factor authentication. Or change the password, right? So we can have allow access, block access, or we can have intermediate steps as well. Now, once these values are mapped, then we can allow access to apps and data. If you look at the core benefits of conditional access, needless to say, zero trust implementation, managing risks that we have, any kind of compliance and governance that we would want to enforce, those things we can map over here. Now, once we have mapped it correctly, we'll be able to see increase in terms of productivity, right? As far as the cost is concerned, we already have P2 licenses being used, right? If we are not using a P2 license, then it will be an additional cost. But if you already have a P1, P2 license, then we already have those resources, but we are not using it. That's what what is the significance of managed cost, because conditional access is not available with free license. Please understand that. As part of our conditional access implementation, we can use multiple templates available. So Microsoft provides lot of pre-existing templates. So if you don't know how to use it, what is the what are the new aspects over here, use these templates, see if it is working as per our expectations. Once you are able to understand these templates, then you can create your own members as well. So what is the template policy name that you would want? What conditions you want to check for? User risk, sign-in risk, device platform, checking for safe, unsafe locations from the location list. So once these conditions are being mapped, it will automatically generate a token over here, right? The same thing which I was mentioning about block conditions, allow block access, allow access, and check what is the token being issued over here. So whenever we are creating a policy, we need to mention the name of the policy. And this is what I was talking about. Whenever you are specifying the user over here, don't forget to exclude users. You can exclude yourself or have one actually one environment which is kind of breakthrough implementation, right? Glass breakthrough. So at least one account which can help us to map these members, or uh, you should be allowed to log in even if the conditional access policy is not being met. That's what is the purpose of exclusion over here. Once it comes to your creation of new policies, we can check for relevant conditions over here. And like I was mentioning about, grant permissions, that is allow, block, or allow with other factors. So here if you see, in terms of grant access, require multi-factor authentication, require device to be marked as compliant, hybrid Azure AD joint device. It requires a approval from a client application, or require app protection policy. So some of these members you'll see is part of your Intune implementation. There are other resources which is part of your Entra ID. In terms of section access control, this is something new which I have seen earlier. There was not too much of too much of stress in terms of the session values. But here, with Microsoft coming up with more and more features from a security perspective, we can have app enforced restrictions, sign-in frequency. You all must have seen, once you'll have an incorrect session or a session is kept open, it gets logged out. And then after some time, say 2 minutes or 3 minutes, until then you can not able to log in once again, right? So those kind of session mapping or session restrictions can be enforced over here. So in terms of templates, these are the templates that you can see. Checking for multi-factor authentication, blocking legacy authentication. Just give me a moment. There are 14 such templates, which is not coming up in the screenshot. Let's go to the protection section. Under protection section, the first one that you have is identity protection. And within identity protection, here you can see the risk policy impact and analysis. We have conditional access over here under identity protection, new policy from template. And these are the current policies. Securing info registration, require compliant Azure AD joint device, or multi-factor authentication for all the users. require MDM enrolled and compliant devices. Similarly, for zero trust implementation, protecting the administrator accounts because they have the maximum privileges across the environment, any kind of emerging threats that we have, right? So all these conditions can be mapped over here. Let's take up a new policy here. Whatever name we would want to specify, you want to assign it to all the users, exclude users and groups. So these two users I want to exclude, rest everybody else is included, and clearly shows you that message. Don't lock yourself out. Target resources. So which applications you'd want to map over here, that for these applications, I want to check for a condition, or is it for all the applications? Everybody tries to access the admin portal, Office 365 environment, for review resources, Microsoft Intune. So whichever applications, whichever resources you feel, yeah, this is what I want to protect, those applications we can select over here. So do you want to check for any network or location, or you want to check only if the incoming request is from a trusted network? See, there are two approaches that one can take. So first is I'll check everything which is correct, right? This is fine, this is right, and then I'll allow. If this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, I will not allow. Correct? So these are the two ways how we can protect it, how we can protect our environment. So it's up to us. So I'm saying I want to create a policy, check for all the users, excluding few users, check for these admin application, and the incoming request should be on only from trusted location, not any location. As far as user risk is concerned, user risk, it should be medium. Sign-in risk, that should be medium. Insider risk, I have not configured. Any specification from device platform, it should be Android or Windows environment. So user risk, sign-in risk already being mentioned, device platforms. So by specifying the earlier conditions, we already have done some part of it. Client applications, I want to check for all the client applications, no concession there. If there is an authentication flow that you want to check over here, we can do that. Filter for devices. You check for a specific property over here. Profile type, system label, manufacturer. See, do you want to enable policy or do you want to just report it? So I want the first phase should start from report only. Oops, sorry, I missed out on grant. So do you want to block access? Do you want to grant access? And when you are granting access, is there anything specific that you want to mention? Required password change, require authentication strength for the password, check for I want to enforce multi-factor authentication, require device to be marked as compliant. Don't lock yourself out. Make sure your device is compliant. Otherwise, even you will not be able to log in. So you have to be careful with that. If there are multiple controls, so I'm saying grant access, hybrid joint device to be compliant. So if there are multiple controls, do you require all of them? Is and condition or condition? I want to go for a or condition. Out of these three, if any one of them works, that's good for me. No problem. It looks like you are going to manage, about to manage your organization security configuration. That's great. You must first disable security default before enabling a conditional access policy. I'm not enabling it. I'm just saying report only. If you'll see, I have plenty of policies being created. So depending upon our requirement, we can have multiple such policies depending upon what kind of access you want, what kind of permissions you want people to allow over here. Like I mentioned earlier, we already have set of pre-existing templates which can help us to get started with what is our current requirement. Just give me a moment. There's also a lab which is being mapped to it. Anybody wants to try out these things? Yeah, this is the one. So you all can try this out. Like I said earlier, don't forget exclude yourself. Have 2 or 3 users excluded, so it becomes easier for us to check for these members and then log in back as a normal user. So this is one of the most exhaustive labs that you will see after AZ-400, which has more number of labs with multiple scenarios. So I'll stop with this for today. We still have 14 minutes. So anybody, any questions, you all can put it on the chat. I'll be more than happy to answer those questions.